Ah, perfetto. Why is there no bloody no I loaded in? Why aren't you here? The fuck, game? What I was looking for? Or who I was looking for, I guess. Where are my advisors? Here? I doubt it. Yeah, no, there's fights in here. this one? Oh, welcome back, Your Highness. And George, thanks for all your work. Is it true? Did George really come back? Please forgive me, George. He's here, nothing to apologize for. I've avoided the whole misunderstanding if only I had spoken up sooner. Radar, no more excuses, no more running away. You deserve the absolute truth, so here it is. I'm the one who killed your mother. You must hate me. So, Dragon Cavalry is ready to fight on our side. Yeah, we've driven out every last one of the intruders from Cordes. Nothing stopping the Dragon Cavalry from riding out now. They should be setting out to meet us shortly. We can finally strike back. Yes, first we must take back our castle. The operation can commence once we call back our Fleet allies and the Dragon Cavalry allies. Rest now, Your Highness. There's something I'd like you to do before the operation begins. Yeah, I did that at the end of last stream. You rested already. Still following me. Highness. We, the Dragon Cavalry, ask your Royal Highness's forgiveness for failing to fulfill our duty to Felina. Fuck, that was a lot of F's. Despite this, your Royal Highness rescued us from the direst of circumstances. You truly have our sincerest gratitude. When your lady said we had to thank the prince right away, so we sped on over here. All stayed behind in Sarok's castle and was working on the battle preparations and not exactly happy about it. So Rahal would have appreciated your assistance in the battle preparations, so that technical stuff's not my thing. I'd rather be your bodyguard. Well, for the honor, of course. Somehow doubt the sincerity of your comments, so rude. Most of the Dragon Cavalry have already set out from Sarok's castle, Your Highness. The entire force should arrive here by tomorrow morning. We, the Dragon Cavalry, entrust our orders to your most honorable commander, Royal Highness. Godwin and Armis have wronged the lands and rivers of Felina. Therefore, it is our sworn duty to drive them out. We will proudly ride under your Royal Highness's banner until this task is completed. Alright, finally get to kick some Calvin ass, man. I've been waiting for years. So rude, such hubris is unbecoming. Do not forget that the enemy now occupies His Royal Highness's castle. Oh, but the Dragon Cavalry need not worry about driving them out. His Highness will handle that. Oh, the prince? Yes, would you mind going to the Saris Lake ruins of his wife? And by Saris Lake ruins, I don't mean the Helsing Castle. I mean the Sluice Gate ruins. Where am I going? We'll see when you get there. That's all I have to say about that. Grisha, may I ask you something? Yes, sir? It's about the defense and depth strategy you've been following. You didn't really intend to lure the enemy into our castle from the very start, did you? Good question. Well, I'll leave the answer up to your imagination. Well, it was a brilliant move, if I do say so myself. After all, we minimized our losses, and now we outnumber them. Humble is over, I see. Water from the Saris Lake ruins flows to the underground water bank. That means we can reach the ruins undetected, which is critical for this operation. Let's go first. Switch back to our normal party. Which, of course, now George is a part of. I guess I technically don't need swag anymore either. Not like a George. I just thought about that. There's a guy. No, sorry. I'm gonna change formation even.
like we won.
With the X button on this controller is starting to stick. So that's up, but I think we need to go down. Fights. So why runs weird because it's holding a staff. So he doesn't swing one of his arms. It looks weird. Go ahead, try the room. Flow to the underground water vein was still blocked. Now the operation escape is closed. It's going to be interesting. Let's hurry back. We don't want to miss the start of the operation. Hey, the prince. Here we are, prince, just like we promised. Deeply apologize for keeping you waiting, Your Highness. Dragon Cavalry has arrived. We need to drag all vile forces from Philamus lands and refuge. Dragon Cavalry are ready to push as far as Sarah's Lake under. Your Highness's command. Our athlete allies are ready as well. Yes, now's the time to take back our castle. Just give me the order. Sir Children. Alright already, what is it? Something terrible is happening. The lake water's level's rising fast. Rising? What the hell? Let's get out of here. Tired, man. Before it's too late. Right over here, those who can't see. What are you doing? Stop! On my way, harm this gun. We go first. You're gonna regret saying that. You want a piece of me? Get on. What are we gonna do? First, I need you to calm down. We're on a sinking ship. We still have time. The soldiers are still fighting amongst themselves. We'll have a massacre between allies. Massacre between allies on our hands before long before we drink. Ugh. Hello, reading. Allies indeed. What's that supposed to mean? Children. Rebel army, they're here. Rebels here? Impossible. Nah. What kind of plan this, bro? So we got 2 Dragon Horse Cavalry units. Recapture. Even the Dragon Cavalry's here. Damn you, Dolph. Damn you to hell. Ruin everything. Damn. Rally the troops now. That's just it, sir. Many soldiers fled from the flooding without their weapons and armor. They're practically useless now. Cowards. Once they have bodies, they're not useless. Put them in the front. Use them as human shields. Sir, if I may respectfully... Something wrong? Would you like to be a human shield, too? Oh, I'll see to it once, sir. Cavalry wasn't supposed to be here. Give me an update on our troop status. I'm sorry to report that about half our forces have deserted this command. Morale was terrible, even among the troops we do have. Cowards. Things get ugly, make a break for it. No sense in us getting killed too. This went even better than I anticipated. Looks like the enemy's been thrown into complete chaos. The threat of force should send them scurrying out of the castle, but don't pursue them too far. Can't actually do that on the water. That's all. Yeah, just charge! Revolutionize my order.
Them. Charge!
Wow, still not moving. They're still not coming for us, huh? Throw rocks at you. Just not even aggressive at all. Normally they...
Don't let him get away!
You'd think they'd be swarming my guys by now. Being within range. But that's fine. Just keep smacking them around. So.
Fire!
Once more. All I have to do is reduce them to 750 turns. I can do that without taking damage. This is looking worse by the... Oh, I may have done it already. To hell with Childridge. To hell with Godwin. To hell with Filet. Agree to this. Let's get out of here. This commander's back. And that scum should have known better than to trust a damn woman. Hurry up. Pull out. Now. All right.
3,000. We're home!
Phew! Finally! Oh, but look at this place. It's sopping wet.
Oh my goodness! It's going to take a lot of work to get it back to what it was.
Huh. That's fine with me. At least the flood has already washed away the filth, if you know what I mean.
You got a point there.
Prince, we are finally back home.
Yes! We got our castle back!
Now it's our turn! We're gonna push Godwin and Armis back!
Yeah!
Yay. Thanks, that's your hit spot. Definitely be back. Thank you, my pleasure. Kind of awkward, isn't it? Tell me, I mean, why do we have to act all friendly with these Southerners? Prince is fighting against Armis, and yet we're here helping them. It just doesn't feel right. Might have a point. They're not causing any trouble. They're not causing any trouble, and besides, they actually like her. They get pretty good tips, too. I guess so. Still, I wonder what they're doing here. It's mean. Commander Valia. The Armis Southern Mountain Corps has failed to capture the Rebel Army headquarters. I know. Then why do you not take action? Your Western Marine Corps must join the front lines. Commander. I see I've been waiting for you, Shamista. Where did it go? Well, this is what I've discovered. So I see. Well done, Sharmus. I suppose we should return home then. What? Inform our soldiers. This Commander. Hold on just 1 second. I demand to know what's going on. My soldiers and I feel like our vacation's gone on long enough. It was quite fabulous while it lasted, though. Vacation? Oh, and Sharmus, tell the troops not to buy too many gifts for the folks back home. Prices rise when things are in short supply, and that wouldn't be fair to the good people of Estros. You really are something. You're always so thoughtful. I shall do what you say. What the hell do you think you're doing? You're going to break the agreement with Commander Gaza? Oh yes, the agreement. Apparently Gazelle is quite busy researching the sun moon. Huh? What does that have to do with the agreement? I think it has a lot to do with it, but never mind that. I'll give you a hard time if you return to the Sun Palace empty-handed, so here's a little something for you. Seems the Island Nations Federation fleet is sailing south towards the streets as we speak. Island Nations? I wish I could say Armas was on better terms with the Island Nations, but we're not. So Western Marine Corps has received orders from our superiors to keep tabs on them until we know what's going on. No hard feelings, okay? You're cute when you're angry, Olivia. And the castle has gotten bigger. A new level. What's that? The Western Marine Corps split out. The streets have been liberated. Aren't you happy about that, boss? Well, of course I am. It's just something wrong. Rubs me the wrong way, that's all. There wasn't even a single battle fought. Well, the Island Nations fleet is approaching the streets. So what? It's probably just a bluff, mind you. After all, I seriously doubt they want to start a war with Armas. Still, the Western Marine Corps can't just leave without mounting some sort of a response. Let me guess, this was part of your plan too. Yes, well, after the princess's coronation ceremony, I sent another messenger to Admiral Egan. All he said was Godwin may well ally himself with Armas. The prince must have made quite an impression on Admiral Egan to have him do so much for us. I stand in awe of your mental acumen, Lady May says. I'm just glad she's on our side. I'm surprised the Obel Maritime Council approved it. If it is a bluff, the wrong move could spark a war. No, it was all my father's doing. I doubt he even told the Obel Maritime Council anything about it. If they ever find out, he'll probably just say there were pirates lurking on the high seas. Yep, sounds like something he'd do. Oh, Bernadette, I could just kiss you and your father. How could we ever thank you? Stop it, I'm just here as a friend, not as some military official from the Island Nations. At least now the East should no longer be a problem. Now's your chance to strike West and South. Striking is what I do best. Prince Arma's Southern Mountain Corps still lingers near Sable. Childred's army has fallen back past Lolkar, and it now appears that they intend to desperately defend Dorat. Let's get them both and retake both Dorat and Sable. Sure. We got the upper hand now. I bet their soldiers are just shivering in their little boots, huh? As for who to go after first? I say we just killed two birds with one stone. I was thinking the same thing. More than capable of striking both of them simultaneously. Still, there's only one of you, Your Highness, so I'll have to ask you which you to lead one of the attacks. Who would you rather fight, Your Highness? about it. Okay, but please don't take too long eating this. Let's go do a quick count. Two, 3, 4, 5. Only 5 left to recruit. Let's go get one of them. Not going to the tower. It's lower level. Window maker. Tom Times editor. Leader lodge. Stairs. Upstairs. It's over here. Sports clothing. This leads up to the farm now. Ah, okay. Yeah, that was a door there. But... Alright, all we got is potatoes. You've got this to be sets. He doesn't need this payment, so I need to get him good stuff. Alright, what's on the other side? The tavern, that's what I was looking for. Hey, this ain't bad, eh, darling? This here's some real fine wine. Except this wine came from Comic-Con. Those Comic-Con here are all routed through Hersheville. How did you end up getting some? Well, just happened to find it. I also heard that you chanced to get your hands on some medicine from Nigeria and stumbled upon shields from Zomat. Is that right? You better not be up to any funny business, you hear? Not at all, darling. My hands are clean, I swear. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing at all. Got to skedaddle. Love you, darling. Stop. is definitely up with it. Most enemies defeated. Most damage inflicted. Greatest healer. Nothing there for now. Okay. Alright. We need to go to Hirschfield. Kyle's hanging out here now. Yeah, I want to keep the light out. I don't need that. Put Marina in for now. Actually, no. Should be able to go get the last elf now. Get you anywhere you want to go, as long as the ending is it. Where do I want to go? I want to go. It's all here. Thanks again, old bud. Oh, what do you like me? No, it's coming out of my pocket. Who are you? Oh. That's just the prince. Of course, people can find me like that, old bud. Prince. The real deal? You betcha. That's real. Real as it's gonna get. Interesting, you know. Word got out, he'd never get out of this place alive. And that prince don't let details like that bother him. I'm just a business. I'm just a run-of-the-mill corrupt bureaucrat, nothing special. This here's a man, an old pal of mine, his name's Haleth. He became a god yes man, but he changed a bit. Taking on shipping receipts and giving a little excess cargo to me. I weren't so corrupt, the Halcyon army wouldn't have access to vital foreign commodities. No doubt. Not risky. My friends don't you be worrying about nothing. Don't gotta be all worrying or nothing. It's not as if I'm providing the commodities to you out of the goodness of my heart. It's just that I've got a little friendly wager going with a friend over the outcome of the Civil War. My money's on you guys, so I'm just doing my part to ensure I get paid off in the end. Of course, a few black market items aren't likely to make much of a difference, but you gotta try, right? Once you find another godly guy to go along with your bet, anyway. kidding. Not like it was hard. It's not like we pledged loyalty to the bad ones. If the bad ones lose, every last official will be kissing the prince's ass the next day. That's how we work. Well, I better be going. I can't have any suspicions aroused while in my absence, can I? I gotta take the loot back to Calcian Castle. Alright, Prince, I'm gonna go on ahead. Don't get yourself caught. Goodbye, then. Alright. Now, if we leave... What do you think you're doing? Think your person in the leader of the rebel army's funny, dude? It's treason, you know. You may only be a kid, but it doesn't mean you can't be thrown in jail. I guess I can't go that way. I was hoping I could. I got to get the boat back. Not that boat. This boat. Apparently I do. I'll go to Spinax, because... I'm still trying to get that last elf. I think I can do it now. I guess I still gotta go to one corner. Gotta get over there. A blue dragon. That's new.
Now it's my turn. Prince.
Memory chainmail. Let's talk about painting again. to the wrong place. Where am I? So Vicky sometimes sends you to the wrong location. That's been a thing since the first game, I think. When you try to teleport somewhere, she sends you. Where am I? I can't even get anywhere from here. So I'm just supposed to teleport back to the castle after that. Let me see what I can fight here first. So maybe anything in battles I can. So it's such a lame prize. Because all it does is let you. Oh! Summon people. Alright, looks like there's no random battles here. How about the right place this time? Alright, we're trying to go up the other side. Hopefully they don't continue to stop us, because I know Dorat's not reconquered yet. But out on this side of the town. Because I can go meet the last elf. The Do-Re-Mi elves. Sons of bitches. Should figure this game is pretty good at keeping you from going where you're not supposed to go. I believe that's the only place I can get there from. Check the map again. And close that tab. Love car. One Herschel movies. I think I need to be on the low car side. Okay, back to Nurse'ville. Now we go to the admin building again. Haleth was discovered that he was sympathizing with the rebel army. He fled just before capture. Where he is now. Castle. To the ruins from there. Hey guys. Just motherfucker. Alright, actually we need to go down. On my way around this castle very little. Nice pad you got here. This idiot goofed up and had to fly the coop. Yeah, no. He got nowhere to stay, so I told him to stay here. Sorry for not asking if it was okay, why not just join us? No, it doesn't sound half bad. After all, I was betting on you, so why not go all the way? And you could use some of my connections. So I have to look around and see if there are any jobs for some of my certain skill set. Some gambling going, I won't need to worry. If I can get some gambling going, I won't need to worry about a job. What if you get, and what if you can't? You're gonna go bankrupt? somehow I don't think I'll have to worry about that. Just go second floor and save. Everyone is expanding operations. Our big outdoor bath is ready now. It's really big and it's mixed bathing. Everyone asked me to write that from the Mino. You said you wanted to be all talk alone on the roof. You skipped out, you Mino. Those dragon horses quiet at night. You think no one can hear them? Oh, certainly can. It's a blueprint of a mechanical device. Unfolded, it covers the entire floor. Of course, no explanation. Those cavalry guys, all the ladies faint and swoon over them. There's more to a man than just a pretty face. Why am I bothering to tell a mere needly this? Those two just don't get along. Even I have a hard time calming Flail down after she sees Bianca. Flail is usually calm, even in the heat of battle. I don't know what's gotten into her. Okay, now if the Dragon Cavalry is complaining, that would be one thing. But the only guy with the problem is that hardhead, the one who's permanently stuck to the tactician. Rules this, rules that, blah blah blah, man. I'm so sick of that guy. That guy with the comb over? What's his name, Haleth? Just who doesn't think he is? He's so bad with this. I'm a more experienced gambler than you kind of attitude. Alright, so one of the things we gleaned from that is that Roy is still pretending to be me, and he hit on Lou. And didn't show up for their date. Time to pick a battle. gonna go for the one that gives us 35,000 potch instead of 4,500. So we're going to liberate Dora. Sorry, Alice. You want to lead the pursuit of Childrich or the Arma Southern Mountain Corps? Yeah, Childrich. Very well. Childrich forces have joined with General Melvin's unit and General Luger's field. Since they may mount a rather stubborn defense, I'd like the Dragon Cavalry to accompany His Highness. Shall be as you wish, Lady Mercedes. Amaraja, I'd like you to take care of Luger's field. Sure thing. Laws, Din, I'll leave the pursuit of the Armored Southern Mountain Corps to you two. And seeing how Sable's your town and all, how about you lead the pack off this one? Me, I'll just watch your back and place like a fiddle. I'm indebted to your altars. Well then, shall we go to battle now, Your Highness? I don't get a choice, so why are you even asking? I guess it's time to let me go reset in case I didn't save before this. We've let them walk all over us, but that ends now. Come on, let's go teach them a lesson they'll never forget. We shall have our revenge. Okay. We want to do this over here. Our Dragon Knights are still make cavalry unit. Very nice. Let's give you one more infantry. that ground unit. Star ground. Regular ground. Regular archery. Catapult. It's so weak if we get caught wrong. Delay. Or summon. Okay, we've got our beavers and our dragon cavalry as our main water units. We've got one archer unit, so let's just make a random combat. Ram start. So, Kabaya, Ghosh, Isabel, Muir, Nicola, Richard, muddle, balance, runners, muddle, rest, weakness, morale, rest, goodbye, leave. Dark infantry ship. Go with Auroch. 4-star and he has muddle to begin with. Double stack. So they're constant secondary. Balance. Who else goes in there? Actually, no, it doesn't. It wouldn't work because you can't. I don't think. be able to give it to you there. I can't get really archers without bringing in. Pursuit battle. There's a lot of enemies. Damn rebels have had it with their pathetic little tricks. Worthless townspeople to turn against us. Over that stupid trick again. Showing the fools in this town what happens to those who help the enemy. Bite my tongue. Damn fool. Must rescue the citizens of Dora before it's too late. Lure the enemy away from the town so that we can minimize the danger to the townspeople. Roger, I'd like you to take care of leadership. Leave it to me. Aram, I've finally got you now. Bye-bye, bot. Attack -5. Okay. Weakness. Oh. Defense -5. So, okay. Relief. Attack hit point after battle. Alright, so we're gonna go do the water first. Run you guys out here. And you guys out here. Moving? Look like they're moving. There they go. Come on. 300 hit point combat ships.
Charge!
Almost half their hit point in one shot.
Charge!
Don't let him get away!
What's gnawing at you, bro?
Don't
Don't let him get away!
Heal them soon. Let them finish that one. Open that for cover.
Don't let him get away!
One more time. On at this guy.
Don't let him get away!
They're stuck.
Go! Don't let him get away!
Get them!
They got one barrage and one flowing. Cover the guys. These guys. Full heal. Some too. Okay.
Don't let him get away!
That wasn't a big loss.
Go! Go! Don't let him get away!
Charge!
Don't let him get away!
Charge! Charge!
Don't let them get away.
out! Plunge forward!
Are you done from reduce their numbers. Alright. Now let's cover off on them. You guys are done. Let's make a lunch. I guess I should have made another archer ship. Ready, guys? Next cavalry, so you guys. And you're also you guys go after that. You guys. Yeah.
Don't let him get away!
Not Wise to underestimate the Queen's Knights in battle. Charge! One more time. Oh, really? Okay. 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 Cheap shot. My bad for leaving him close enough to let that happen.
Go!
Level battle. You guys got this. Now we're gonna have to charge because you guys aren't supposed to be fighting them. I think I actually flipped the wrong group for that. No, I didn't. Okay.
Don't let him get away!
Let's reduce their numbers. Alright, archers in here quick. Go ahead and charge them.
Go! Don't let him get away! Don't let him get away!
Use their rage here soon. Lose it. Alright, I need to put you back. Put you back. I need to use you. Die already, man. Really need to pull you back. Really. really, really, really need to put you back. That's oh crap! I can run them in my other group. Rage. I would like to rage. Really? Is it percentile of the current percentage then? Current hit points? That was not a lot of damage. That was like 15. That was 9. Alright, just finish them off. Find it amusing that they don't even aggro on it. What else missing? Yeah, missing some. You guys are missing some. Alright, everybody tuck in. I can't use the Dawn Rune unless I'm actually using it for combat. That's dumb. Go in the shallows. barrage them from a distance and see if that sparks them. Move back to this position. Fight me, bitch! What the hell? Didn't do any damage. Okay, they don't do damage. Take damage then. I don't even attempt to get there.
Put him to rout!
I weren't even supposed to attack him. What are you doing? Rebel army stuck. Man, wrong. Tell where you worthless fools. Fortify the gate. Don't let the rebels come in. Kill them all. Buildings have swarmed our gate garrison. There's a struggle underway there now. What? Damn those Queen's Knights. Damn that stupid goblin. Nobody tells us what we can or can't do. Oh, Prince, those animals killed my son. Avenge his death, I beg you. Open the gate. Let the prince in. Can't hold the civilians back. The gate's gonna break. Damn them all. All troops, back to the castle now. Gates defenses have weakened. Now, Your Highness, storm the gates. Man, what the hell? All because they wouldn't let me use the fucking Dawn Rune without an enemy being there. I was gonna heal everybody up. Swear, death to them all. You. Yes, sir. If the rebel army gets in, set the town ablaze. But these rebels and worthless townspeople, I'm gonna kill every last one. Crazy laughing. It's enough, you incompetent fool. How dare you? We've lost the people's trust because of your wretched antics. No wonder we've been backed against the wall like this. Don't you understand? You disappoint me, Bard. Are you saying that I'm wrong and the rebel army is right? Hold on, I never meant... If I think of it, you once served under that old hag Rasha, didn't you? Of course, now I get it. Our naval leader was secretly conspiring with the rebel army. Now I just whooped his ass. What? That's why we keep losing all these battles. There's a traitor in our midst. How dare you call me a traitor? Children, stop this nonsense this minute. Such nonsense, then why doesn't the traitor prove his innocence? Fine, if that's what it takes, I will. No, it's okay. Dilbert, take over here. What? These are good guys. George is insane. Prince is coming to say. Prince. No, it's not over just yet. Tell the people that they must wait in their homes until it's completely safe. Understood, baby. George's main forces fled into the castle. They're going to use the wharf in the back to escape again. Your hand, Prince? Come on, let's go. These Jews who will accompany you, Your Highness. Oh, man. Cabbage, return out. Going to really change our positioning of our formation. First, swap. Just checking. Or is it just... Oh, God. How else has it been here? Lord said enough of this nonsense. This castle's new. Most enemy troops are trying to escape the Reaper's fleet. Rafley is on the way to intercept. Sounds good, let's show them, Prince. Come on, I'll take you to the dock. Bring General Nolan and the Queen's Knight. Get it back to Lord Godwin. All ships break through their blockade so we can escape. The ship will clear the way. Don't get any closer. Just find the arrows. Stop them at the side of the ship. Do it, King. Orders. Shh. Aha! Act. They're stuck. Now's our chance. Alright. She's unsinkable. No choice. Are we losing the dog? Got some hand to hand, doesn't it? Show yourself, Roger. It's your former student. Leader of the Flaming Order. Come for your hand. What the? Highness. Highness, I see you've taken after your father in my ways. In many ways, I think that was supposed to say, gathering the support of the townspeople. It seemed that the people have rejected us in favor of your side. Nevertheless, let's think of the future, even if the people themselves are against us. We must preserve our right to power and maintain order so that Felina may continue to prosper. I believe with all my heart that Lord Godwin is the one who will make that happen. He alone will save Felina. For Lord Godwin! You're wrong, homie. I'm sorry I have to do this. Shredding Skull, Resurrection Piece. God. Except for the Resurrection Piece, that was crap meat.
Very impressive, Your Highness.
You may look impressive, but you're just as inept as ever, I see.
Master.
The other ships have all gotten away. Are you happy now?
I suppose I am.
I don't remember teaching you to fight so brazenly.
I couldn't hope to surpass you if I only used what you taught me.
Well, don't think you've surpassed me with this folly of yours.
You're as harsh as ever. I'm sorry for failing you as a student.
A student isn't supposed to die before a master, you fool. You fool! That's the worst sin a student can commit.
I mean, just use a resurrection on him, pick him back up, dust him off, it'll be fine. Enjoy this. Childrich, General Nova fled to Stormfish Rise. And I'm happy to say we've achieved our initial goal. Din and I have taken back Sable. You should have seen it. We also pushed the Arma Southern Mountain Corps all the way across the border and killed Jidang Gisu. Good work, both of you. At last, we finally recaptured the lands that we held before Armas invaded. Yes, but I can't believe all the trouble we went through just to get back to where we were before. No, you humans really know how to get things done. That's right, you guys aren't bad for humans. Hate to say it, but I was sure we were goners there for a while. You humans gave them what for? This must be a humiliating turn of offense for Godwin. He even tried to save his cause by allying with Armas, a nation he despises, yet he still failed. I doubt he has anything else up his sleeve, but he's not one to surrender peacefully. I agree. If he had wanted to surrender, he would have done so before dragging Armas into this war. Make a most wise observation, maybe. In fact, I don't think his alliance with Armas was intended to be a winning strategy. Most likely, it was just a bid to buy time to prepare for his next move. Yeah, he's working on getting the Sun Ring. Your commandership, please forgive me. Because of my failure, the Western Marine Corps has... Oh, Elenia, you need not blame yourself for what happened. We should consider ourselves lucky that the eminent Shulavalia went home without even lifting a finger. But your commandership... Armas has fulfilled its purpose. We only needed them as a distraction while I laid down the foundation for the next step of our plan. And what exactly is your plan now? Having doubts, are we? We're only doing what must be done for Felena. Under our control, Felena shall become the most revered nation in the world. United, pure, perfect. The nation is perfect. Lady Silex, would you like to back out now? Why are you asking me that? Oh, no reason. Perhaps you would be so kind as to do me a favor? Depends on the favor. So, what is it? I'm free to decline, but somehow I don't think you'll turn me down. flame of responsibility. Wait. Took all the letters that were inside this box. I am, of course, lying. Make it quick save. Oh, your Highness, excellent timing. You received an interesting letter from Yashuna village. So Shulavalia, commander of the Army's Western Marine Corps, would like to meet with you, Your Highness. He's already arrived in Yashuna village with a couple of assistants. Staying at the village inn right now. Invade our nation one day, then come to meet His Highness the next? Surely nonsense. If you allow me, Your Highness, I'd like to march straight there and give him a sword to the throat. No. Sias, calm yourself. What do you think, Your Highness? Let's go meet him, Your Highness. What? You surely recognize this as Armist trickery. Actually, I agree with the Prince. Shall I join you, Your Highness? You can stay. Really, not you two? It's too risky. Must be some sort of trap. I doubt that. There are only 3 of them after all. And besides, what could Shula possibly gain by setting a trap for us now? Maybe that is one small point, however. The Western Marine Corps barely laid a finger on this face. There were a number of small skirmishes, but they were all initiated from mysteries. They didn't escalate into major battles because of Shula's careful restraint. Aren't you curious about what Shula wants to say to the Prince? Well, alright. But only if you let me accompany you as a bodyguard, my lady. No! I shall accompany you as well. Damn it. I said there's no need to worry. Still, it's nice to take a little trip with you two every now and then. I just hate when they force people in the party because story. I will take this opportunity to work them up a little bit. Who's my librarian? Instinct, but I don't think. Now you're just my trainer. Yeah, you're just the trainer. I guess the first question should be, where is my library? It's over here. Car delegation, Sable delegation, Dwarf delegation. Street performers. Map. It's just Pokemon. Okay, library. Or my ancient book. Where are my old books? The story of creation. In the beginning, all that existed was darkness. For a long, long time, darkness lived in solitude, growing ever so lonely. And with sorrow and despair, darkness shed a tear. From the tear were born two brothers, Sword and Shield. Sword claimed it could cut through all that exists. Shield claimed itself impenetrable. Thus the conflict was born. A truly vicious conflict lasting 7 days and 7 nights. I don't know why they had to throw that allegory in there. In the end, Sword breached Shield and Shield shattered Sword. Pieces of Sword rained down to make the sky. Pieces of Shield rained down to make the ground. Stars were created from the sparks of that battle. The 27 gems adorning Sword and Shield transformed into the 27 true dreams, and thus began the world as we know it. You get one of those in every Suikoden game. Sun Rune and the Night Rune. Long, long ago, the Sun Rune and the Night Rune were born into the world. Their existence is intertwined. They had a strong bond between them, as one controlled light, while the other reigned over darkness. Before long, however, the Night Rune became annoyed by the dazzling brilliance of the Sun Rune. The Night Rune could stand it no longer, turning itself into a sword. The Night Rune severed the bond between them and went off on its own. From the fragments of this bond left behind, the Dawn Rune and the Twilight Rune. Ever since the Sun Rune lost its other half, legend has it that these two new runes have remained by its side, acting as guardians. So, let me check something. I want deep diving some lore here. Alright, so that didn't help me any. Look at the Suiko source and see what they say about it. History. Druids. Okay, yeah, so the Night Rune is the embodiment, or became, in order to sever itself, it said, let's look at that again, turned itself into a sword. The Night Rune is the Star Dragon Sword from Suikoden 1 and 2 and 3, owned first by Victor, and then later by Edge in Suikoden 3. And Edge has something to do with Victor. We don't know the connection yet. He just says he was asked to look after it by a dear friend of his in his backstory in Suikoden 3. So that means and I think not being connected to the Night Rune anymore is what causes the Sun Rune to drive its users insane, which is what had happened with Arstad and the person that wielded it before. Alright, so we need to find book 3. And anything past 13. And book 4, the Ancient Armas Dynasty. Long, long ago, indeed even hundreds of years before the arrival of the legendary Sindar race, a mighty dynastic nation held power in this land. That nation was the ancient Armas dynasty. Blessed by the Sun Rune, the dynasty was prosperous beyond compare. Its vast territory stretched across what is now known as the Queendom of Felina, the New Armas Kingdom, and Nagarea. One fateful day, however, the king suddenly and inexplicably went insane. His madness caused the Sun Rune to go berserk, destroying everything in its path. The magnificent Armas dynasty, the pinnacle of civilization, was gone in an instant. In its place lay only dry and barren wilderness. Some theorize that the capital of this dynasty was near Andort Mountain, in the center of the present-day Queendom of Felina. However, no trace of the civilization remains. However, it's safe to say that if the Sun Rune indeed burned all vestiges of the capital to the ground, then there should be no remains to discover. Although the people of the modern-day New Armas Kingdom claim to be descendants of the ancient Armas dynasty, there's no proof that they have any racial or cultural relationship to the dynasty whatsoever. The New Armas Kingdom claims are likely just nationalistic propaganda aimed at building itself up into a nation as great as the ancient Armas dynasty once was. Since most people now identify the name Armas with the New Armas Kingdom, the true ancient Armas dynasty is usually just referred to as the Ancient Dynasty or the Ancient Nation. Good to know. Royal family succession conflict. This tragedy started under the reign of Queen Alhazada in the late 210s of the new capital calendar. Princess Falzram, second in line to the throne, began maneuvering to win over the majority of the Senate, wanting her sister, Princess Shahrazar to give up her right of succession and take it for herself. Rumor has it the Barrows family was the real force behind all this scheming, as they had married one of their members to Princess Falzram. Because both Queen Olshada's and Princess Shahrazar husbands were from the Godwin family, the Barrows family became terrified of the possibility of losing their influence in the Senate and royal family. Thus they would use Princess Falzram in an attempt to seize the right of succession. It is unclear as to whether all or even some of those rumors surrounding the Barrows family are true. Regardless of the Barrows family ambitions, however, it does appear that Princess Falzram herself really did have designs on the throne. The situation quickly grew antagonistic between the Godwin and Barrows families, each of whom supported one of the two princesses, and even the aristocracy that supported the two families got mixed up in the hostilities. Queen Olshada once known for her brilliance and decisiveness, was getting old. She no longer had the strength to resolve the situation. Armed force was never officially used, but a cold war raged between the two factions, one that used every conceivable form of subterfuge. What could be considered the culmination of this secret strife was the sacred games of Princess Arstadt. Even though Princess Shahrazar's daughter, Haswar, was older than Arstadt, therefore had higher priority of succession, Princess Falzram and Lord Barrows tenaciously persuaded Queen Olshada into letting them hold the sacred games for their own oldest child, Arstadt, before Haswar's sacred games. This was, of course, the strategy of Princess Falzram's to lend credibility to the idea that she herself was the predominant successor. Amazingly, the one who won Princess Arstadt's hand in marriage at these sacred games was a barbaric swordsman from a foreign land. Either of the Barrows of the Godwin family had won, the possibility of a rise to arms had been expected. The This outcome then ironically led to a cooling down of the antagonism between the two factions. But that peace only lasted until 226 when Queen Lashetta passed away, with the prospect of the actual throne so close at hand. Antagonism was rekindled even before the mourning period for the Queen was over. And that antagonism turned instantaneously into a bloody struggle. Throughout this struggle, Nethergate's nefarious influence was the cause of most of the bloodshed. Nethergate is usually under the direct control of the Queen, but the throne was vacant during this time. And so Nethergate played both sides, executing assassinations for both Princess Saw-Hirawar and Princess Falsrum's factions. Nethergate's ultimate goal was to cling to power no matter which side acceded to the throne. In the end, though, their actions brought unprecedented bloodshed to the Sun Palace. This war of succession saw countless victims, as many from both the Godwin and Barrows factions were slain. In the end, even the husbands of the two princesses themselves were assassinated. Not wanting to see any more bloodshed, Princess Saharar, not having a very strong personality by nature, lost the will to fight and gave up the throne to her younger sister. But Princess Faltram had become suspicious of anything and everything. She thought even this noble gesture of Prince Saharar might be a trick. Thus she ordered Nethergate to assassinate her older sister. After acceding to the throne at last, Queen Falsrum died of illness only 2 short years later. After all the bloodshed that had occurred, this ending was hardly dramatic. These years of internal conflict and intrigue have left a brutal scar on the Queendom of Elena. The scar will not easily nor quickly heal. But the princesses Arstadt, Cyleeds, and Hoswar were determined to never repeat their mother's mistakes. Many feel that this will certainly be the Queendom's salvation. As we know from our playthrough, Cyleeds and Haswar abdicated, letting Arstadt take it. The legendary Sindar race. Long ago, a mysterious people we know today as the Sindar dwelled in the land of Helena. Their civilization was far more technologically advanced than ours is today. Scholars say, however, that the Sindars left this land for reasons unknown, never to return. The Sindar race has left behind many things to convince us of their existence. For example, the ruins in the deep Twilight Forest were built with technology that far surpasses anything we have now. No expert doubts that this was a dwelling of the Sindar race. Some theorize, however, that the ultimate legacy of the Sindar race lies not only in ruins such as those in the deep Twilight Forest. Indeed, perhaps the legacy of the Sindar race is this very land itself, Helena. These theorists contend that after the land was reduced to ashes with the extinction of the ancient Armis dynasty, the Sindar race mysteriously appeared, managing to return the rich green lushness to this beloved land. Nobody knows why the Sindar disappeared, but some scholars insist that this race has not yet gone extinct. The scholars say that the first queen of legend, who descended to Lunas with the sun rune in hand, was actually from the Sindar race. This theory may seem like mere speculation, however one can indeed find many similarities between the seal, statue of the sun rune, and ancient Sindar relics. More proof of this is an intriguing theory is now being sought out by our best and brightest scholars. Art of one-on-one duels. If your opponent guards, the only way to wound him is with an attack. You won't produce a dramatic result with just one attack, but a steady barrage should eventually lead you to victory. When your opponent attacks, he leaves himself open. This is the perfect opportunity to hit with your special move. Conversely, if your opponent goes for a special move, it's vital that you stay calm and take up a defensive guard. You can fend off your opponent's move and even make a searing counterattack. Even more important is the ability to instantly perceive what your opponent is going to do and react quickly. You can't win without being decisive. Sometimes both you and your opponent will attack at the same time. You will wind up in a deadlock. The only thing that will give you the upper hand in situations like these is strength. Be aggressive. And finally, one more thing. If your opponent is about to go down, he might hit you with the last-ditch counter attack. You have to be ready to decide what to do in an instant, and have it help you if you make a mistake. That's all. May victory be yours. Not reading all of these. This is just... reading book. Dragon horses are native to the southwest of Helena. Although they look fearsome, they're actually gentle and intelligent creatures. Due to these creatures' friendly, docile nature, those who lived nearby began to live in cooperation and harmony with the dragon horses, eventually forming a communal society. This communal society was the origin of the dragon cavalry. First, these dragon horse people were considered barbaric nomads, too savage to submit to the queen's control, and were persecuted just like Raftfleet. The queendom made it a priority to subjugate the dragon horse people. The great mobility of dragon horses as their weapon, however, the dragon horse people would not easily nor quietly yield. They fiercely defended their lands against the queendom's incursions for years. One time, the area around present-day Port Spinax and southward was virtually their own independent territory, as the Queendom was unable to gain a foothold in the region. But this antagonistic relationship underwent a sudden and dramatic shift, all due to the founding of Nagarea. Nagarea was a violent theocracy formed by integrating a group of small nations in the south. Wanting to further expand its power, Nagarea sent an armed missionary group into Helena. In reality, though, these missionaries were no more than an invading army. Suddenly faced with a common enemy, the Dragon Horse people and the Queendom's army fought alongside one another, with the partnership becoming closer as the conflict raged on. Dragon horses only lay their eggs in a single cave on the banks of the Phaetus River. Cases where they've been forced to lay elsewhere, the eggs have gone dormant, mysteriously unable to hatch. Thus, if forced to flee elsewhere, the dragon horse population would be unable to sustain itself. According to the dogma of the Inaugurist order. Dragon horses are evil and wicked creatures that must be cleansed from this world. Nagaria were somehow able to invade the lands of the Dragon Horse people, it would surely have meant the slaughter of the entire Dragon Horse population. And so the Dragon Horse people fought all the more desperately. The commander of the Queen's Knights believed that the Dragon Horse people were equal citizens of Helena. He fiercely led the main force of the Queen's army in furious fighting. They defended the Dragon Horse lair to the very end. It can be said that the most important consequence of this war was not the defeat of the Nagarist invasion, but the strong sense of solidarity that formed between the Queendom's army and the Dragon Horse people. After the war, the Queen officially recognized the service of the Dragon Horse people and made the entire southwest area of their territory. Dragon Horse people, too, felt deeply indebted to the Queendom's army for saving them and swore their loyalty to the Queendom of Helena. They were organized into a military force that would come to the aid of the Queendom whenever it was in trouble, with dragon horses and swords at the ready. Thus the Fatus Dragon Cavalry was born. However, early on, power, justice, and might of the Dragon Cavalry would be greatly abused. Senators, constantly involved in vicious power struggles, were selfishly bent on winning the Dragon Cavalry over to their own factions. This kind of intrigue and subterfuge was alien to the simple Dragon Horse people. Unable to deal with the devious plots and stratagems typical of courtiers, they were often manipulated and used as more than senators' pawns and private soldiers. Dragon Cavalry, tired of being used as pawns in a political game, decided to impose a strict rule upon themselves. Decided that their only priority should be to defend Felena's borders. They vowed to never let themselves get involved in Felena's internal disputes. Sun Palace, which had also been uncomfortable with the Senator's behavior, officially gave its approval to this rule too. Since divorcing themselves from internal politics, the Dragon Cavalry has served as a high-profile border patrol against barbarian invaders, earning them the grateful respect and trust of the Felenan citizens. During the Great Earthquake of 164 of the new capital calendar, the land route that connected Felena and Nagarea was destroyed beyond repair. Thus, the once terrifying Nagarist threat has become far less serious. However, today, with the ominous rise of armies to the east, the Dragon Cavalry's importance to the Queendom of Felena remains as high as it ever has. I'm good. I don't need to read more about the Dragon Cavalry. Okay, window, sound, voice. That's what we're looking for. Here's Fiery, Lunas. Protected, let's go. Send him out again. Ravage is an inventor for pastries without exaggeration. The man has devoted every fiber of his being to cures and nothing but. So, had to try. Newspaper. Dude. So you've added abalone steak. Everything that I've given, that's all you've added to the menu. Missing one elf still. Alright, I think we already checked this side. Yeah. She's down here now. I got a baby for her. Window maker. Kind of cool, but I'll stick with what I've got. Like the red with the black back. Silver, I don't know. A lot of people. Just hanging out. Stairs up. Storage closet. Missionary brigade. Storage closet. Seedlings. Use some of this stuff. So it's up 2, 3, 4, 5. Rock out, man. Rock out! Man, who does my sounds? And the voices? Is it Chisato? It's Chisato hanging out in the castle. It's just solid. Found a voice for me? 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so you didn't take those off of me. So he obviously doesn't need them. Oh, deluxe sashimi now. Alright, so I can sell them. So that's telling me. Got one of these in storage. I'm only buying one. That away from him. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Be right back. first. And go here. And equip. Both of those, because I like Viper and Poison Marines now, because we assemble from party items. Another flowing ring. Magical. Equilibrium. Hi, baby. this one will be best for this grouping. going to give these to Richard, though. Instead. Guardian select him best boost his magic defense, so he's less weak against magic. George got a little bit of everything. We really need to do anything else. Everyone needs accessories. Destiny, Mr. G. Still need to get the Gauntlet of Destiny. Gloves of Destiny, whatever they are. Have do not appear to have Pale Moon chestplate. There he is. I don't have a spot in my inventory. Or I might holster. I brought everybody I could and I didn't leave room. Alright. We need a low car, I think. Supposed to be this. The hell, dude?
Still got a long way to go.
What the hell happened? Roger, Gertrude. Boss!
Now it's my turn! Prince!
Maybe it was Rashuna. Your Royal Highness, Prince Freydor and Lady Lucretia Mercedes. Thank you for coming out to meet us. My name is Sharmista. I'm an officer of the Western Marine Corps, serving under Commander Shula Valia. A pleasure to meet you. I assure you, the pleasure is all ours. I'm sorry I had to ask you to come all the way out here. Normally we would have visited you at your castle. However, my commander seeks an unofficial meeting. Spare me the charade. Let's cut to the chase, shall we? I'll be blunt. The truth is, we don't trust you, not one bit. If you make even the slightest move against my lady, I will kill you where you stand. Please, you two. Forgive me, they take their jobs a bit too seriously, particularly Lele here. No, they have every right to be suspicious. I'm just happy you decided to come all this way. My commander awaits on the second floor. This way, please. Commander, His Royal Highness Prince Freydor and Lady Lucretia Mercedes are here to see you, sir. Thank you, Sharmista. Come in, come in. You may enter. Your Highness, allow me to go first. This is surely Armin's trickery. I shall gladly sacrifice myself.
Greetings. I am honored by your presence. Let me introduce myself. My name is Shulavalia.
It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Lucretia, the prince's tactician.
Sure is easy on the eyes.
There she goes again. I'm sorry. This is my bodyguard, Nifsara. Please, pay no attention to what she says.
I was hoping to talk over a relaxing dip in Yoshida's famous hot springs. But it seems such springs have run dry, at least for now. Well, it doesn't have to be a hot spring. An normal bath would be fine with me. My lady, no, absolutely not. I suppose Lele here prefers to take a shower instead. Here I was hoping to scrub this pretty boy's back. Watch your mouth. You dare address His Highness that way, you armless harlot? Now, Lele. Shall we get on with the discussion? Alright, I'll get straight to the point. I apologize for my recent intrusion into your lands. But that's not really why I asked to meet with His Highness. The truth is that I, along with Sharmista and Nifsara here, would like to work for you and His Highness. I will not work with that armless harlot. I won't let her near the prince, and I certainly won't let her near my lady. And you androgynous freak, you're on my hit list. Your Highness, please wait. What are you really after? This is no armless trick. I I wanted to bring the entire Western Marine Corps with me, but that would have been too much of a burden on you. So at the very least, I thought we three should offer to help you. So you say, but what's the catch? I was afraid you wouldn't believe me. However, I assure you, I speak the truth. Even Armas would like to see His Highness triumph in this civil war. Mind explaining? You see, like Felena, Armas too has a deep fissures in its unity. Commander Sparna's Southern Mountain Corps and her faction acted alone in the recent invasion. In return for Commander Sparna's assistance, Godwin promised to cede all former Barrows territory to Armas. What? Commander Sparna took the bait and even won over a number of factions at the Grand Council of the Chieftains. Meanwhile, Godwin was aggressively pursuing his research on the Sun Rim. Once they have full command of the Sun Rim, they'll use it to bring Armas under their control. They have no intention of ceding any lands. They want it all for themselves. It was an empty promise all along. The elders at the Grand Council of Chieftains eventually realized that, but not before Commander Sparna had fled back to Armas in disgrace. Godwin must not be allowed to remain in the Sun Palace. Armas is far better off with your affection and power. His Majesty the King and the Grand Council of Chieftains also agreed. That's why we were unofficially dispatched on a goodwill mission to provide whatever assistance we could. Don't act so innocent. This was all for Armas' own selfish interests. True, but that's what politics is all about. Doing what's in your best interest. What should we do, Your Highness? Personally, I think we should accept their offer. I trust him. Thank you, Your Highness. I'm so happy you understand. If that's your decision, Your Highness, then so be it. This is your final warning. Do not touch the prince. Do not touch my lady. Especially you, Armas harlot. Of course. Well, glad we could join you. At your service. Hey, don't worry, Prince. I'll make sure no one messes with that pretty face of yours. I mean, nothing at all. Yuma, what are you doing here? My name is Josephine. You may address me as such, and only address me as such. Yuma's such a vile, uncultured dame. You're still spouting this nonsense? What a brat of a little sister you are. What? Who's little sister? Who are you talking about? I don't have the faintest idea. I must apologize, Prince Freydor. This is actually my little sister Yuma. It shames me to admit it, but she fled from home a little while back. Never suspected she would be in Felena. I'm sorry for the trouble my eccentric sister has caused. How rude! Eccentric? I am a fashion diva. Yuma? What? Prince Freydor's army is fighting with Commander Sparna's Southern Mountain Corps. What do you think would happen if it became known that the eldest daughter of the House of Valia was involved? House of Valia would be treated as traitors, and people might think that His Highness was in cahoots with Armis. Furthermore, you would be the target of attacks yourself. Can't even see that an eccentric sister is too kind for you. A withering idiot is more like it. You're such a mean brother. Why'd you have to say it like that? At least she has the common sense not to run outside. I'm sorry. Thank you for watching after my little sister. She was one of our earliest recruits. Yeah, can I kick these guys out of the party yet? No. one left. And I know exactly who it is. Ugh. Prince and Lucretia, where in the world have you been? Why, what's wrong? Your Royal Highness or scouts are attempting to infiltrate Stormfist, or assailed by some sort of powerful magic. It's most fortunate that the attack was poorly aimed, and had it been a direct hit, none would have survived. I'd say it was just like that crazy hocus pocus we saw on Dorat. Twilight Root? This time you might be facing a situation similar to your own. What do you mean by that? I suspect that whoever is wielding the Twilight Rune now may well have been chosen by the rune itself. Say what? But who? It does not matter who. The important thing is to stop them at once. You're probably right. I get the feeling they may just be leading us into a trap, but we must go investigate at once. One trap after another. Your Highness? I was hoping we could ignore Stormfist, go straight for Sulfalena, but that no longer seems possible. We must be plotting something in Stormfist as well. Childrich and General Novum are in Stormfist at the moment. If we head for Sulfalena now, those two will probably strike at our flank. And if they bring the Twilight Rune with them, we'll be in even greater danger. Therefore, I suggest that we take out Stormfist first. I agree. Stormfist is the stronghold of the House of Godwin. Strike against Stormfist, therefore, would hurt them not only strategically, but psychologically as well. Or are we just standing around talking then? Let's stop the mumbling and start the rumbling, I say. Shall we prepare for your battle, Highness? For battle, Your Highness? I'm not quite ready yet. Alright, we'll be ready to start whenever you are, Your Highness. Mostly I'm stopping actually because I need to get to sleep. I have to be up early because I have a doctor's appointment tomorrow. I have to try and get some stuff done around the house tomorrow. I went to 1, I didn't go to 2. But since I'm here, start tomorrow by just doing a little running around farming for gold and for potch and whatnot. I'm just kind of feeling like I want to level up what weapons and crap of everybody. So that's what we're looking at. I'm pretty much at I'm pretty much at the end. Mostly major battles, several boss fights. And the final dungeon area. We're close. I will either finish tomorrow, or if I spend too much time grinding and doing other things that I don't need to do, it will be the next time. From George, about the knights. I know a lot about those knights. Isabel and Matthias mean business, and they're up to the job. Linfa, was it? What an amateur. She doesn't have any idea how dangerous gambling can be. And again, suckers like her make a gambler's world go around. Dear Prince, but please bet on Axe. I just know he will win. Well, I guess he's behaving just like a proper dwarven leader. It's amazing what you can do if you apply a little effort. So, we're gonna save. I will catch you tomorrow when we start. As always, thanks for watching. If you did. Didn't seem to get many visitors tonight, but that's okay. Maybe when I get to playing an actual game, other people will say, hey, I want to watch that. So, we'll see. Or like a newer game, people will want to watch it. But it's been fun doing this, and like I said, we got 1-2 more streams and we're done with this. I may just stretch it out to so we hit 80 days. Anyway, that's all for tonight.